Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. We have saved up enough sanity to do another stream today. I'd planned to do this one yesterday, or at least a coding stream yesterday, but it is what it is. Hope we're all doing good today. Let's see, with the kitties we have Sky and Ember visible. Ember has heard me talking, so wants attention. Well, come on. Come on. From the table that she leapt off of, the point that she leapt to was directly onto my headrest. He's a little sweetheart. Mason moving to the bed. Thought I had enough light in that room that it wasn't going to go night vision, but here we are. No. That's not right. Calibrating. Hello, Sky. Oh, but blueprints today. Sorry, cat distractions. Boo. I think. Oh, sorry. Keeping the brain working. I don't fully recall what we were doing last time, but I do remember that we had just uncovered like a ancient runes under the city, under the manor kind of thing. Let's relatively quiet, but there are audio things, so here we are. Okay, so we got the elevator working over there that led into some mines. Or was that directly into the roots? I don't recall which one was which. Oh, that's right. If we get the tomb over there, that led into some of the ruins. That elevator led into a mine shaft. Hey there, Alistair. Welcome. We are just getting started. Okay, what do we take this time? Dig spots is useful if we get dig spots and a shovel. Or I'm sorry, if we get a shovel. And lots of green rooms, ultimately. Shelter is really handy if we get some of the inconvenient red rooms. You know what? We haven't done root cellar in a little bit. It's that one. I don't want to do any of that. Uh-oh. I have discovered something that that I lost in the new PC transfer. And that is apparently that the screenshots are all locally saved. Uh-oh. How about notes? Okay. We still got the notes. We still got the notes. Oh, dear. Thomas and Baroness. So there's Simon. I think Simon was the one that sent the angry letter to Herbert. And then Mary is the author, if I recall. Interesting that I wonder what led... is it that Mary is Mary Epson because of ultimately Herbert? Because it is the... we can see that this... whoever Baron Thomas was, the Sinclair name carries down on through Simon. And we have the... we have the Epson name carrying on down into Claire and Lionel here, but it goes to Epson at Mary. We have all these diggy spots in here. Yeah, having a shovel before the root cellar would be a big win. Because it doesn't cost us as many footsteps to get there then. Wonder if there's anything that makes this bridge permanent. Because the plank is pushed across the water if you come the other way. Anyhow. Our allowance. Okie dokie. Well, storeroom dead ends us. It gets us some resources, but that's a risk. Let's just take the hallway to begin with and get a key. Like, these are a big loss. Coat check is another dead end. Kitchen is reasonable here, but since we have the hallway to give us another route, let's get some stuff. Okay. Is it each time? Let's take a look here. Did we have one at 0.08? Okay, let's just do on going to space that out because I don't know if there's some sort of, like, logic to them appearing. Like, some extra rules to them appearing. There is a chessboard in the temple / ruins or whatever beneath the manor. Order would go straight in. Drawing room will include a path back to the entrance hall. Alright, well, let's take that corridor here, but without entering it for now. We're going to check these other doorways and see what we can get. Well, feeling... Oh, well, okay, it's a gem and a die. Die is still good. We have kind of pigeonholed ourselves. We need to maximize stuff here. Like, breaker box is nice and all, but then we're gambling on corridor. Let's gamble. We did this. I don't know if we need to do this again. Keycards are off. Gymnasium is off. Garage is on. Wonder if you can find, like, a fuse or something here. Because it's like cabinet. We did this puzzle. I hope we don't have to do it again. It's a weird, like, multi-lighting thing. Oof. Oh, ow. This guy was on my lap. He is no longer. Okay, we're gambling on this corridor being our salvation. We need to branch like crazy now. This is not branching nor crazy. Go for it. Okay, well, you know, we brought this on ourselves. Well, we get a magnifying lens. Okay, the other two boxes are true. This is false. If this one is true, the other two are true, which means 3 are true, and 3 can't be true. Also, we're just taking screenshots like crazy. We are in 1-6. 1-6 had a king in the office. Oh, it's different. Now, there could still be merit to this in that each one of these rooms could be consistent as far as what it has in it. So do we have parlor already? Do we have storeroom? Storeroom has a pawn. Okay, what if the chess pieces are consistent room by room, and it is knowing which piece appears in which room, and then looking at the room. Okay, storeroom had a pawn at 0-4, yep. So if we get matches on these where the same pieces are in each different room, then the solution to the puzzle is to look at the existing layout of the house and put the pieces accordingly. Okay, the other two boxes are blue. This one is fundamentally false. So this is a false. This is a false. This has to be true. So the other two boxes are empty. Supposedly this gets harder every time you solve it. It's not a brag, that's just stating something. We haven't failed yet. Okay, the den doesn't get us any further than the pantry does, but the den keeps us from going too deep at this point. We want to get some right corners. Okay, den. This has a pawn in the den. Den had a pawn. We're going to do a couple of passes of this. So that we don't jump to a conclusion there. But that does seem to be what's happening, is that the chess piece matches the room. This is going to be a tricky one. We have a box here. I'm going to conserve the key for now. And this is bedroom. Hello, Ember. Hello. Ember is being... Ember is being needy. And this is just bedroom. Yep. We're not missing something. I think the metal detector adds things once you have it. Library still lets us continue. We have to take library or kitchen. Gem. Okay, we checked out Swimbird before. Fixed Stars is in the... So there's supposed to be an unredacted one of these somewhere. I will have to go into that other computer and extract the screenshots. I'm going to check this one out again, and see if we get the same one. Yes, Ember, I acknowledge you. Okay, aquarium seems like a win here. That's an interesting thing. We've never gotten this room before, but we need this room if we want to continue. Extra keys. This would get us 2 keys because, well, I don't know if it will count at the time. This would just get us 1. This will get us 10 more steps. Let's see if this counts as 2 or 1. 3. Oh, okay. The aquarium is every type. It's a wild card. Bar, bunk room, nursery, guest bedroom, ladyship's chamber, and master bedroom. These are all the bedroom types. What's a green note? Didn't think there were green notes. There are green notes. Hartley, I know we spoke often of this day, and I don't think there's... Ah. I know we spoke often of this day, and I don't think there's anything I can say of the past 40 years that I haven't already attempted to tell you in numerous. I've never heard innumerous before. I've heard innumerable. In numerous times in the past, half-stated gratitude always interrupted with tactful and polite repudiations from you. Flowery. I had always known this final letter would give me the perfect opportunity to finally express myself uninterrupted by you and unfettered by social graces. But I don't feel the inclination to say aloud what has always been unsaid between us. With my passing, I release you from your post and service to the Sinclair family and implore you to live the remainder of your years on your own terms, as scary and unfamiliar of a concept as that may be to you. Besides, I think a more junior valet would be better situated to meet the needs of young Master Simon. To that end, if you wish to, you may stay as long as you may stay on long enough to oversee the training and establishment of your successor in their post. But as soon as he or she has the lay of the land, my instructions for you are to quit. For you to quit must be satisfied. Some of the structure of the sentences is unfamiliar to me in that way. They don't string together nicely. Ignoring what I imagine your objections might be after reading this, I have decided to leave the lake house in Trinsdale to you and your family. My lawyers have all the details of the gift and will be contacting you shortly about the particulars. For the past 4 decades, you have served willingly as the subject and victim to my many whims, games, and riddles, and so rest assured, unlike my nephew, you will not be put to yet another challenge to prove yourself worthy in this matter. The house is yours without strings or stipulations. I had for a time gleefully entertained the notion of employing Anne as the house manager of your new residence, but I knew the humor of such a prank would be entirely lost on you, to say nothing of her. So this is our uncle, the one who has conditionally left this house to us. Speaking to who I assume, it's his valet. It's his kind of personal attendant. And part of it was, you probably shouldn't be tapped to be the valet of the hypothetical new owner of the manor. I got that one and that one. Let's make sure. Yes. Is there a chess piece hiding in here? There is a note hiding in here. Miss Roto, Miss Babbage, Miss Babbage has told me that you will be overseeing network maintenance over the next few weeks while I will be gone, and I apologize in advance for the extra workload. I believe I will be back in Reddington by the middle of February, but even that is not a certainty. Either way, I do not anticipate there will be any major issues while I am gone, as the difficulties we were having the last month will have, with the terminal connection, seem to be resolved. If there is an emergency and you find yourself having to enter the central server site, I have set you up with a temporary admin key to allow you to access the network administrator controls. Admin key, the first 4 letters of your last name, followed by first initial. The first and 5th character should be capitalized. If you have any questions, let me know in the next few days before my departure. Okay, so it's RUOT, but we need to know their first name. So we only have it addressed to a Mr. But, we're one step closer if we can find like an employee register or something like that. Well, we might as well take security. We need to continue. We have the gems. And it was okay, we have disabled all keycard doors. We're going to set it to high. So the keycard system is off and the doors are unlocked. We've set it to high so that we maximize the number of keycard doors, which are now unlocked. Yep, there's still one trunk. It's Swan Song. Yeah. Did I have that in there? Let's see. Ugh. Last name, first initial, first and fifth characters capitalized. Announcements, special orders. Hey there, Sarah. Thank you and welcome. Sorry for any delay. I get wrapped up in this game. Beverage. All right. But yes, welcome, welcome, and thank you for the compliment. We are playing Blueprints today. Assuming I can't get the do I have that in the notes? Chess pieces, conduit room. cards. That is... We're recording some of these in text now on the off chance that we lose information. I am a prolific note taker. I don't always look back at the notes, but writing notes is... it can help me remember the act of writing them. But additionally, it's kind of a keep my hands busy kind of thing. Ember, what? Are you going to sit with me or not? You're blocking the mouse. Ember is being in... Here, come here. Come here. Right down here. Right here. No. No. I'm going to climb on your shoulder and be a nuisance. Interruption by cat. Switch over to the cameras while she gets lavished with attention. We have Sky, Mason, and Sammy visible. Hello, Sammy. Sammy is in the regal cat sitting pose there. You know, your little bust statue kind of thing. Sky is flopped down on a heating pad. Old man snoozing. There is Molly getting a snack. No current sign of sherbet. And Ember's on my lap. I have 6 cats, Sarah. And 8 cameras to try to locate them. So, periodically we will have delay by cat for various reasons. Such as right now. Oh. So you see how the mouse just moved across the... Oh, no, you couldn't see. The mouse moved to the right across the screen just a moment ago. And that's because Ember's tail has lashed up next to the mouse and is pressing into it. Let's see. That is Mason passing through. Mason and Molly come into conflict. It's not a, like... It's not like they fight. It's that Molly kind of gets in his space. And Mason's a bit of a lummox there. He is very set in his ways. So normally when he would come that way, you can see he's passing to the right out of the play area. Normally when he would pass through that way, he would hop on the little air hockey table there. He's the primary one that enjoys it. He likes to lay on it as well as play with the pucks that get tossed there. Molly will also play with the hockey pucks, but she will take them off and bat them around. And then I have to find them again. Yep, Ember has hopped over across from the keyboard now. So we are able to continue. Okay, so we have rigged up security again. They do. There are a lot of memes online about cats, like prolific memes online, as well as just kind of pass through history. In the same way that common knowledge about breeds of dog are out there, and a lot of it is false. Cats in particular have a lot more behaviors than you might think. Every cat I've had has very much been an individual. I'm contending with Sammy, who is blocking my left hand at the moment. She is to the left of the camera where you can see Ember right now, which puts her blocking several of my control buttons, as well as the area of the keyboard I would need to do things like move. This is largely because she wants to pass through that area. That is, as several of them are wont to do, the least convenient way for them to go. Both, it's the hardest for them to fit, it's the hardest for them to get their paws anywhere. It is the most disruptive to me when they do, and I think that's ultimately the reason they choose it. Because they have to pass over me, squeeze between two things, usually step on a bunch of stuff, in order to continue. And even then, their path is often blocked because they don't like to get in each other's space. Molly accepted. Molly will get in everybody's space. You get used to it. As much as like Ember crawls on me and currently Sammy is requesting attention, there are also periods of everybody is napping. Courtyard will eat another gem, but it won't bleed our money. And it has shovel. I have 5 keys, but that usually just gives me stuff. What the heck. Oh, hey. That's a good deal. Fair trade. Wait a minute. I just love how it's a combination of everything fits, and then there's also kind of a ramshackle vibe to some of it, where they're just trying to make the gimmick work, you know? Hey there, Lunar. We are again dusting off blueprints. Okay, I set the power to on in the dark room. That will get us across. The drawing room still has that safe that I don't know how to open. Leanne, this game is called Blueprints. It is a roguelike puzzle game. We draw random rooms, pseudo-random rooms, and lay them out. The goal is to open the antechamber, as I understand it currently, though we have been revealing things that imply that there is a greater goal. This will get us deeper. This will get us across. Drawing room gives us some re-rolls. So this is a hidden doodad there. How did we open that? There it is. So there is a multi-digit combination to this. Now, one possibility... So, we did things like count the number of them. There's also the idea of stride length, but I feel like that's distorted by the pictures. Like, I would need to find matching sizes to scale them right. Well, that's the trick, Sarah. We don't know. I wonder if we can find out. No. We have no idea what the length of the code is. I get a comparison of the woman. We've had some 4-digit codes. Okay, let's see. There are 5 different images in the room of people with stride length. The horse seems to be the longest. This is not going to be precise by any measure, but we're going for ones that have comparable size, so I can at least eyeball it. That's the woman. Can we get pretty similar? I feel like we can safely assume the horse is the longest, though it's really close to the boy as far as stride length. I get a closer one of the horse. Okay. Inside other safes, we found red notes. And the red notes feel like another objective in the game, is finding out some of the backstory of the current family. It seems like in that let me show you the family tree again here. Okay. So Mary here, it seems like there is some event that occurred with her that was tied into the government. The government seems to have had issue. Drew, I've got to figure out some lighting solutions because some of the rooms are triggering night vision mode. I might be able to just force the cameras to stay in color mode. Let me actually do a quick experiment with that. That is camera 1. Camera 1. Yeah. What do you mean I can't reach it? Reach 2? Or I was able to reach 2. Well, that's not good. But I guess that will be a problem for another time. We also have this missing family member up here. Like, there's a whole swath of space that's been ripped free that could contain other stuff. But it seems like Mary was an author, and she became associated with some individuals that were considered rebels slash terrorists by the government. It is implied in some of it that they went into hiding and were concealed inside the manor. And that potentially Mary was aided in escaping the country. But there was some discord in the family with Simon and Clara, at least Simon sending a nasty letter to Herbert, the uncle that has gifted us this manor, assuming we can solve the problem. And the red letters seem to be associated with that. But okay, it looks like... Let's go back. To me, it looks like her stride is longer than this stride. And then we have this one, so it is Umbrella Man, woman, then top hat guy. Then I have to assume this one is less than the horse, but it's tough. The horse ones are wider. That's why I assume that's true. So we're going to say running boy and then horse. You know, I'm not sure if they have mantas. They have several fish. We have an aquarium over here. Okay, so how many pictures have... let's record this. Okay, so we're going to say how many pictures contain Umbrella Men. We're not going to count the Umbrella Men just yet. Because that's going to get us into double digits. So, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then the woman has 1, 2, 3, 4. Top hat has, we'll start with this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then the child has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Typing around Sammy. Hello, Sammy. Horse is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's try 9, 4, 9, 5, 6. 6. How about 65949? Nope. Okay. So there are 15 by count. It's 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 10, 15. Okay, just making sure. Then the woman is 3, 4 by count. Top hat is 1, 10 by count. That seems a really odd number for there to have been 9 pictures. Three, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, that's better. There's only ever one child in a picture, so 5 and 6 by count. Okay, so what about a much longer code? One, 5, 4. 1, 1, 5, 6. 6, 5, 1, 1, 4, 5. Oh, no. Well, there are 5 types, Sarah. So at a minimum, we're looking at 5 digits. And 5 digits front to back or back to front by order of stride didn't do anything. There might be some other numbering scheme here. 6, 5, 1, 1, 4, 1, 5. Okay, so that scheme doesn't work. Is there any indication of a sequence? This painting showed us how to get the safe to appear because one of the things is pulled down. Huh. Wonder if there's a theater room. So there is a distinct possibility that there's a clue somewhere else. Just write this down for chess pieces while we're here. On at... Two, 5, drawing on. I mean, this is entirely possible that it's a red herring, but it just screams that these pictures have something to do with it. Wait. Overthinking this. Okay, there's too many pictures on this wall for it to be clean that way, but let's... One we have... 11, then 2 we have... 8. 13. One, 1, 1, 8, 13. Okay. The problem, another problem is permutations. So every one of these codes could be in the wrong order. So for the time being, we will proceed. I could have gone a different way there, but here we are. Greenhouse dead ends me, but we haven't been into the greenhouse before. Greenhouse it is. Oh, greenhouse has a key, one of these. Mason. Sir. Sir. He's crying and pawing at me. I don't know when you learned to do that, sir. What he wants me to do is fully reach down and scratch at his back when he is doing that. He doesn't want to be picked up. Okay, fine. And it looks like... we don't know if that's consistent, but we'll record it as if it might be. If a green room is on the edge, and green rooms like to be on the edge of the house, you will get a window. I believe courtyard can be interior, but I'm not sure. The skulking chess pieces. Hey there, donuts. Welcome. I have 6 cats, Leanne. Oh, shovel. Brick. You'd really think it would be a smashable wall, wouldn't you, Sarah? Wonder if there's something to that. I mean, there's a sledgehammer, but inexplicably the sledgehammer is just for breaking locks. Turn right again. We are once again down to 1 room, but the drawing room does allow us to get extra rerolls. Gamble. Well, we can either go right or left. We might as well be able to go right. The commissary may give us some items. Supposedly in a future update, they're going to make this playable. I kind of want... We have a sale. Salt shaker makes food more effective, but that's not really our issue right now. Let's go for a metal detector too. Okay, this is another, is that this changes. So with, without changes, and it's in the commissary. Well, this is why we turned off the keycard system. We have to take observatory or we're stuck. And that puts us out of gems. We can afford to buy a gem. Hey there, Colin. Welcome. Metal detector is beeping. Bonus on apples. Molly. So I have 2 chewer cats. Sky and Molly will gnaw on things. My cable management is thus very particular. Oh, there it is. Should have used the lockpick kit. Boiler room and dining room give us the same result. But if we take boiler room... Oh, we can't. We would need a gem. We can buy a gem to get boiler room. Oh, I can't because I selected this. I touched the door, so I must choose. Hey there, Dorothea. Welcome. So we do not get presented with that scenario again. There's a freebie in this room. Quit it, Molly. Quit it. Aristedenza's chapel will allow us to continue, and we do have money. Well, we have money, and thus that is bad, but... chess pieces... by 3. Dining room was a pawn before as well. Given the thoroughness of the lock-picking kit and the style of these keys, you would be able to pick any of these locks if you could pick... I'm sorry, you would be able to pick all of these locks if you could pick any of them. Pantry lets us go deeper. Workshop crosses along. Let's cross along for now. Pebbles. Hey, we're getting more steps out of these turnips. Okay, what, pebbles are... Let's take a screenshot of this again, just in case. Two by 3. Interesting. Gives us a burning glass. And light candles and ignite fuses. Interesting. We have never had a cloister. Another one of those weird angel statues. Yeah, that's a good point. I do not have any other combinations. Okay, this will take us less deep into the house. I turned off the gymnasium, so we don't lose extra stamina being in here. If you don't turn the lights off on the gymnasium, it bleeds your stamina every time you enter. Oh, thanks for the follow there, Sarah. Okay, I think you have to flick the lights back on in the dark room to negate its effect. Well, they're now more likely to have red rooms. Womp womp. I got some steps back. The boiler room can receive power. Patio dead ends. Pantry lets me continue. Well, thanks for swinging by, Sarah. Have a good day. Been forgetting to check for chess pieces. Nice. Maid's chamber loops me back to the cloister. I have to take the maid's chamber. We have been in here before. That is the letter to say that people can attend the funeral. Oh, wait. No. Snap this again. Also need to make sure we're keeping an eye for the first name of that Rauta guy. Oof. Red room's getting bad. We read through the archives. Patio dead ends, lavatory dead ends. Archived room it is. Billiards lets us continue. Keeping an eye out for candles. A16. It is 20. That'd be 8. A 20. 2. A 7, so that's 4. It's 40, that's 20. Addition, subtraction, multiply, division. On the rings, in that sequence. Dead end, dead right, dead end. Archive it is. Okay. Nook is a key, and if we can get back to the dining room, we will get stamina too. We're okay for it. Okay, the Nook is a rook. That is 1. Yep, rook in the Nook. Laboratory loops us back into the archive, and the laboratory is not currently powered. And we don't have gems, so... Hall of Mirrors is fiddly. We can't continue through that one until we... verify I'm not missing a chess piece in the archive. Is once we have all of the chess pieces available to us in the room layouts, we could use that we only need to get enough of those rooms. Has to be the archived room. Oof. The weight room, upon drafting, eats half your stamina. We've generally been avoiding it for that reason. Can't take courtyard, lavatory dead ends us, so archived floor plan it is. Apparently you can get archives more than once. Door we've been to. Kitchen we can't do anything with. Oh. Well, we get some bananas. The kids' room. Our other screenshots file set has all of the documents from there. Okay, same set of information in the archives. That is the one that gets us the ideas of her involvement in some degree of controversy. fish. Oh, and I get the bonus stamina because of the aquarium. Plus 30. Okay, can I light candles? It said I could light candles. But it is full of lies. Special candles and ignite fuses. Three. Okay. Apple bleeds a coin. Oh, we found special candles. The Keeper of Ties, the chapel's resident guardian, tasked with the sacred duty of keeping money accumulated from chapel offerings. I feel like we should just leave it be. I want it to accumulate. By 3. That implies that there might be other special candles. It has to be archived if we want to continue. Nope, we are dead-ended. Sure, I haven't missed a chess piece. Oh, okay, observatory night. Or Double checking. Any other clue in this place about a sequence of entities here? Okay. I don't know where the horse would fit into this. But what about perceived age? Because I would say that the lady in the dress seems younger than the man with the beard. So it would be child, lady, top hat, umbrella. With the umbrella being Leanne, perhaps older than you think. I won't go into details. You are free to guess, but I'm not going to confirm one way or the other. But what would the horse be then? Let's ignore the horse. Okay. So it would be 5499. The horse is the wild card here. If that is our solution. Okay, what about... Okay, so what about count by pictures? I'm sorry, pictures by count. So maybe woman, child, horse, top hat, umbrella. So it would be 4, 5, 6. Nine, right? No. There are a lot of variables if we take only what's presented in this room. There's their facing, the stride length, the image that's there, what is what is presented. I feel like there's extra data that has to live somewhere else. Brick. Who knows? Maybe there's something special that you can get unrelated to some of the other stuff, you know? Can we get to the chess room already? I don't think we have all the pieces. But we have a lot of pieces, and we might be able to brute force it. Right, and security is 4 by 6. In security, I thought we already had that listed, but we don't. The cameras don't update frequently, but this bottom center camera is looking at security, and we can see ourselves in it. Chess pieces hiding in the aquarium, perhaps? I wonder if these present consistent rooms. Because there's only a few rooms left that we haven't been in. Oops. Any chess pieces in the library? I appreciate that the spiral up the stairs is automated. Scrapbook. First time we used the claim area. Oh, okay, these are the combinations that you need to get them. See a chess piece in the library. We have a lot of the pieces. I don't think we have the king or queen. So there's a lot of permutations that we would be missing there. Did that burn again? Fuses. Okay, that was one of the reasons I want to go down to the mines. A pawn in the den. Yep, got that recorded. So many things. Storeroom contains a pawn. Zero 8. Okay, yep, we recorded that. Ensure we don't miss anything. All right, we have our elevator down to the runes area. Which had some, like, tunneling going on. All right, thanks for swinging through, Leanne. Beverage. Were there any demolition fuses in this area? Oh, chessboard, chessboard. Okay, so let's say bishop in the chapel. Yes. Okay, it lit up. Rook in the nook. Okay, one down on the left side. The pawns actually create a real big variable here. Knight can be observatory or security. Let's do security. You know the pawn can be in the den. Hey, the king and queen have to be in a blank one. But will they even activate if that room isn't present? And the answer to that is no. So a room of each type must be present. Well, that's more detail that we have. right can be control room. Ah. Hands won't go where want to. In the den. Can be in the office. On a dining room. Oh, nice. Nursery, guest bedroom. Storeroom, drawing room, bedroom. Parlor, dining room. In nook on dining room. Bishop and chapel, knight in observatory. And security, which we already have. Security, actually. Wait, let's... That may be a false one because I misentered it, but we're going to keep it. Okay, so nothing to explode here, but we now know, like, pawn is easy to get coincidentally. The other pieces are much more specific, so we're likely to have to set out to solve the chessboard puzzle. As in, we have to make sure as quickly as possible we select rooms that contain the right pieces. It looks like something could socket here in the top center, but that is also the symbol for that's on the country board, I believe. This tunnel goes dark. It is strongly implied that we can get further in here, but there's like boxes in the way and what have you. But we can light this. Yeah. Okay, mining company again. The complete manifest for all the excavation equipment has been rigorously checked and delivered to the upper branch. After tomorrow, the site will be sealed and all the remaining hardware will be packed up and transported to the original access tunnel for long-term storage, which I guess is here. It's unclear if they will also seal the tunnel after our crew is left, but I suspect they may want to keep ready access to the gear, especially now that they have begun operations in the East Mine. A month ago, I believe the discovery of gemstones in that cavern was directly linked to the closure of this site, but now I'm not so sure. The Baron doesn't seem the type to value shiny baubles over history. Found a secret floor plan. Would you like to permanently add tunnel to your drafting pool? Yes. Interesting. Well, we already got another unlock. Hey there, Kathy. New room indeed. We almost had the chess puzzle. We didn't get a king and queen room, though. Is that? Maybe that's the sealed access tunnel. Steel plate and bolts. There perchance a fuse that I can light in here? There is not. Well. Garden Inn. Welcome, Kathy. Welcome. Day 22. As per usual. Jog over here and see what we've got. Okay, let's see if we get enough money and come back here. I don't know if it's temporary things or if we can, like, if we dump enough cash on it, maybe we get something permanent. Okay. It's not great to have a dead end early, but killing the keycard system you weren't here for it, Kathy, but or maybe you were, but I have a new PC to account for some issues, and I haven't transferred the Steam screenshots over. I forgot about that. So, while my notes are preserved, my screenshots currently are not. Well, we can take the observatory early. I shall go this way initially. Now that I think about it, I should have gone to the parlor first. Okay, we just got the apple. Next should be the key. Yep. And I will be able to transfer them over. It's just a matter of, oops. Alright, what is it this time? Gems are in a box containing the letter B. Okay, if the gems are in a box containing B, then all of these are true. Which means this has to be false. They can't all be true. So it is... But all of them contain B. Oh, wait, no. If this can be true, they're in a box with B, but they all contain B, so that doesn't help. This could also be true. Because then the blue box would be true. Since all of them contain B, this must be true, which makes that one true, which makes this one false. This contains the letter U. It can't... if that one's false... then it can't contain the letter U. This one contains the letter U. This one does not. Hasn't beaten us yet. Four items would be nice, but that dead ends us again, and we really... Dead end. Let's take the items, I guess. Oh, rabbit's foot. Okay, more items for once. Gems aren't useful. Well, no, we... I'm making sure I'm not missing a chess piece. It's the parlor pawn. Well, let's see if we have ended this run early. Oh, no, we get to continue. one in the den. Okay, if we get the lab, the next thing we want is to get the boiler room. I want to preserve some money. Chapel probably would have been the way to go, though. More doors. But one of the things that I want to accomplish is to get the some money to throw at the shrine and to see if I get something that will linger. All of these are dead ends. Because they won't go any further. Let's take a stack of monies. Pin it on storeroom. Let's see. We cannot... The den doesn't have conduit, so we can't power the lab anymore. Good point. I keep forgetting that. Well, if I'd gotten this one last time, I would have gotten a lot of results. This is a costly one, but still. I don't have high confidence about this run. Entered the lab. It was from the den. All right. Come on, spare room. Save this run. It's that chapel again. We want the money. But you know what? Fine. We're gonna raise our allowance. You know, this is the first time our experiment is triggered. Oh, cool, the pinky stays. But the piggy keeps the tithes. Yeah, I got the piggy when I had the lens to light these. For science. I now have 35 coins. I'm going to go and use them on that shrine. Because I want to know. I haven't gotten to use the shrine yet. It will last for several days. I should have, read more, but... Each time I draft a shop room, I get a die, and I gain coins each time I roll a die. Okay. Okay. And I can permanently raise my allowance by choosing a red room. Is that great? Not necessarily, but it can turn this run into a sacrificial run. And yes, hello, Thrax. Blueprints works on several levels. Or at least a couple at this point. Alas, poor piggy. Dead end, continue. Hey, free sledgehammer. I am still disappointed that the sledgehammer cannot be used to open pathways. We can get some stamina back in exchange to mitigate some of that. Oh, smashy, smashy. I feel like the house kind of deserves it for this sort of, morphing shenanigans that we have to deal with. Dead end, dead end, dead end. Gonna take that one, actually. Again, we can potentially use this as a sacrificial run to rack up allowance if we get any more red rooms. Dining room is a good shot here. Gives us a forward and a back. Yep, dining room's one of our pawn rooms. Dead ends us. This does give us a path and a key. Have our key. Nook lets us continue. We need to maximize paths forward at this point if we want to get anywhere. Kitchen would give us some routes here. Hello, Molly. Molly would like to sit on my footrest. Chess piece is hiding. Pantry cuts off that route, but lets us continue. Garage dead ends us. I did turn it on so we would get stuff, but drawing room. We have tried so many different things in here. Redraw. All right, we're drafting gymnasium. We're not going to go in there just yet. This is the first time we've gotten successful experiments. Being squirmy, Ember. Being squirmy. Oh, I was about to say that Sherbet hadn't popped out, but he is there. He's laying on the gray blanket. Maybe for our first break, whenever that happens, I will try to get the lighting to trigger in there. Ember is grooming my thumb at the moment. Doing the swap hands quickly method. We're taking the patio? Grill. The tall grass. Okay. Is not the greatest placement for it. I'm gonna take it though. Elevator. I need the security room to be able to do anything with that. Intrusive thoughts failed. Cannot jump down hole. There is the implication that given that this is here now, there might be a way to lower that down and raise it back up. That there is some other area that I have access to now. Alright, gymnasium is our remaining hope. It had shown up once before and I didn't take it and sort of regretted it right away. I could take lavatory and end the run right now. Wait a minute. No, we're going to take lavatory. We're going to take the hit. Oh, and I'm going to check it for a lingering chess piece. There's a door there. Oh, it's the keycard door. Okay, well, we bumped our allowance up. 3 successful triggers, that's good. Beverage. Mid-sized villa. Yep, we now have the foundation, which is strangely positioned, but I don't really know if there's any way it could have shown up better or what have you. It is what it is, and it is new. Five coins from the get-go. There are little... Oh, wow. That would be an awkward placement for the foundation. There's the tomb again. But I don't have anything new I can do with that one yet. Or maybe I do. I do have that new thing. I don't have any items to trade, so that's not immediately useful. This goes all over the place. This has no guaranteed utility. Let's go with root cellar again. Got a screenshot of that. In theory, I could have just not walked into the root cellar. Saved 1 stamina. Welcome back, Leanne. I mean, as soon as we get a shovel, the root cellar suddenly becomes useful. Because then I can get all kinds of goodies. It's not guaranteed, but we have access to that. Okay, black box is empty, it says. The black box is true. That is inherently true. So all of these cannot be true. This has to be true. So we have one true one already. If the black box is true, then the black box is empty, and that tells us nothing. Additionally, since this one is true, they can't both be true. So this one... Though I have seen digs, like taking that room, I've seen lots of dig spots all over the place, not just in the green ones. Since it's all rooms. But without a shovel, it's worthless. Again, this has to be true. If this one is true, then this one is true. So this one cannot be true. So the black box is false. So the black box should have something in it. Yay. This can be valuable. Like that. Kill the key cards. Turn off the gymnasium. We'll turn that off for now. We'll turn on the garage. Hallway becomes a straight shot. We don't want that one because we're gonna pigeonhole ourselves. So we'll take the hallway being a straight shot. Same with this one. I choose corridor. Bedroom lets us continue. And, you know, extra stamina, especially if we have to backtrack. And extra monies. Good. It's worth it. The piggy has been sealed. The piggy entrance has been sealed. Passageway would let us continue, but that is expensive. We'll take the closet. Oh, the silver key. Could let us buy things. This maximizes pathways. Right now, the office would be valuable. Any new rooms we can find also good. Well, that dead ends us. This gives us a boost. This will stack resources. We are close enough to the utility room that dark room could help, but we could get a lot out of the commissary. And has shovel. Those do again. That was whenever I enter a bedroom for the first time, I get extra stamina. If we need to backtrack, that could become a thing. A rather dirty coin. Okay, we have turned off keycard doors. I'm gonna use this. Okay. Let's record this one. Locked. This will let us go forward. But first we need to turn off the keycard system. Hey. We have the gems. Wild guess. Okay. That was starting from here and going counterclockwise, but maybe 1, 2, 0, 1. It was the number of ones that match that. So to the left. Matching frames, perchance? One, two, two. Perhaps. Two. Is 1. Yeah. There are all kinds of variables in this room that could be a factor, but I don't know if they are. We're going to use our regular key on this room. Dead end. This would be a surge of stamina, but it stops our path. Let's use our free redraw here. And be awarded with very little. That. This one will use our silver key on. Oh. That's a new room. That is interesting. There's a room in the underground that has a similar vibe to that. I wonder if this is connected to that lower room. Don't have enough for the cloister. That ends that area. We'll take the spare room off of this one. Get key. I had a gem. Oh, those dice. We turned the gymnasium off. So this should become a freebie to enter. We have disabled keycard doors. This will let us continue. Seen coins laying around in this one before, but not this time. Or is 20. One. Five. Oh. Oh, aren't you useless now? Interesting. That is a different orientation from normal. Okay, so the garage is another special room. It is always entered from the direction that no matter what direction you come in, it has to be on the left side, and it only has one entrance. So it can be entered from the other sides, but that will be the only door into it. Huh, neat. Nook get. There's the Nook Rook. I don't know that I want to put this here. But I'm gonna. Oh. Really don't want to put this one here. Oh, okay. While drafting in this room. Okay, it's not a permanent one. Okay. We'll take a surge of stamina. Okay. Tunnel creates a straight shot. Which is interesting. We head back to the rotunda. Yes, I did. Has shovel now. We dug up that one I ran by. It got us one of our keys. Well, given the layout, I can't be sure that I'm going to... Huh. If only I had a gem. We're going to use this to get gems because we keep getting tagged in that regard. Hello, come here. Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come on. Guy wants attention. Push button. It's our last key. There we go. Hello. Hello. Yeah, I acknowledge you. If he doesn't, if he would like more attention, he'll kind of crawl up my chest. Full body hug. He has that happy cat look right now. You know, both ears closed. Or both eyes closed. Son, I'm enjoying it enough that I don't mind the full price. Like, it has been very enjoyable for me. For one, there's just so much. Oh, hey. Good. We are no longer out of keys. Getting access to that is going to be nice. Let's get the rest of the digging we can do. All kinds of lore, all kinds of puzzles. Just a rare sort of creature in general, a roguelite that isn't combat oriented. I should have backtracked to do this. Okay, well, we got the office, and the office is our... I think this is the king room. Yeah, this is a king room. Might be the king room. We don't know what our office safe code is. The thing is, it could be hearings or herrings. Implies to me that it's irrelevant. Five, 5, 4, 4, 7, 6, 8, 5. It's worth a shot. At the very least, you would need to be able to tell that it's written in a different color. If colorblind is a thing that you're referring to, though, if you look, there is color assist mode and what have you. But yes, paying attention to every nuance of what you're seeing. So one of the puzzles I'm working on, it is relevant that the office contains a king chess piece. And if I find all of the different chess pieces, the pawn, the knight, the bishop, the rook, the king, and the queen, in the rooms that I am searching through, there is another puzzle I can go and solve. But first, all of the rooms that contain all of those pieces need to be present in the house on that day. Oh, yeah, red herring is a possibility. It's Baron and Major. Is there anything in my screenshots relevant to that? There are a lot of numbers and elements that we're just not finding. Baron is Thomas Sinclair. Baron and Baroness. Lord Baron Major. I don't see a major. And then there's the question is, does it count lady as lord in this case? Or are they actually keeping it separate? Because there's one bust of a queen. And we have Clara and Simon there. And there's a bust of who I assume is Thomas Sinclair. Thomas Sinclair. Well, no, that's not Thomas Sinclair. Is there somebody else that matches that? He's got the hair, but not the mutton chops. And that looks like... kind of like Herbert. No, see, that's gotta be the Baron there. And we're missing images here. So I'm potentially missing some titles. Let's see, that one is definitely Herbert. Not quite the mustache here. So who is that? So this has a lot of the same DNA that some point and clicks have. So far, it doesn't have, to me, the bad side of point and clicks, and there is no, this makes no sense. Like, you're not rubbing two objects together to get something completely out of nowhere. But there is still some nuance to it. There is a lot of, you need to pay attention to different things. Who could you be? I could try to brute force this a little bit, but there's also the possibility that... So I only see one Lord. This guy appears many times. And I can't remember what his title is. I can't remember what Herbert's title is, but I think it might be Count. So we would have 1 and 1. Baron and Major is the other wrinkle there. But we have 2 other people that are visible. This guy is visible twice, I think. Double check. Yes, he's visible twice. The other guy is visible 3, 4 times. So 1124 and 1142. Did I miss one somewhere? Okay. The red is irrelevant. Again, lots of variables in this room. Dial up. Just gonna screenshot this one again. Hopefully I don't have to do that fuse box repair multiple times. Seeing if there's any names that I could spot in the system there, but So, like, this screams queen, but that's not necessarily true. We don't know if Simon here is has any title. I don't know. So far, there's been no external information necessary. But if still, that doesn't change anything for me. See, these are singular. Nope. That was Light of the Queen, Fall of the Lords. Ah. So if we include March here, that puts us. That gives us a 4-5, but this is then 4, 6, 7, 8. So far, it's been not uncommon that information from other areas, though, is necessary to solve the puzzle. This guy still seems terribly relevant because he's featured so prominently. Okay, we checked out the book that was super redacted. I did not check out the pump thing again. This was not the one that I checked out. I tried to check out the redacted book again. F3, 2, 3, 5. So there was the history. Yeah, they did the sort of redaction where you could see they were desperately trying to make it so that there were still sentences, despite the fact anyone reading it would know that you were doing that. Yeah. This was not the book I tried to check out. There was a reference in the redacted one. There was like a note that indicated that kind of the secret police thought that the guy was had an unredacted version and they wanted it. But that the first time they received it, it was the redacted one, and they put in the request again saying, hey, I feel like you probably still have it, but you gave this to me, as a joke, so I'm asking for it again. Give me the real one. Well, I asked for it again, and I did not get that book. I got the pump book instead. Is it possible that if I get the pump room that I'll find the book? Books for sale? Tell me more. This is another new room. A new clue sold out in hours. It should come as no surprise that the latest book from the local author, Marion Marigold. Okay, this is the first time we've referenced this book. The release of her new is breaking literary records and making headlines even in absentia. So this is implied that it's happening after she went into hiding. The release of her new book, A New Clue, comes only 14 months after the distressful report of the author's mysterious and unexplained disappearance. Okay, it's not implying, it's explicitly saying. I have discovered more lines on the parchment. Her current publisher has issued a statement debunking the conspiracy theories surrounding the book's recent announcement, stating, the writing of the book was completed and well into the editing stages many months before the disappearance. In addition, the publisher has revealed that all of the proceeds from the first edition sales of A New Clue will go to Lasting Hope, a nonprofit organization that aims to provide resources and intel in the investigations of missing persons. Still, the timing and conveniently mysterious title of Marigold's third book has left many cynics denouncing the book and her disappearance as a cheap publicity stunt. Detective Bon Margul, who is one of the ones that shows up in the library as checking out books. I think they're the one that was requesting the unredacted one, who many theorize may have been the inspiration for A New Clue, was quoted only saying that the book was unintentionally accurate. Regardless of their opinions, fans, pundits, and cynics alike were standing together, elbow to elbow, in bookshop queues this morning, eager to get their hands on what may very likely be the last words ever published by the missing author. Interesting. Ah. Okay, we lack monies to get these. We are going to... These two we want. This is the unredacted one. This is the new book that she published. I would like this one, and we're going to take it if we dead end. These two as well. The library already has volume 3. All of these books... Oh, bookshop is Bishop. Take all of this. And we need chess pieces. Shop. Noted, noted. We lack a key, so now we need to backtrack. So the Rotunda room rotates in 2 ways. One, it is effectively a 4-door room. But additionally, you can rotate rooms that leave from it. Which is kind of a big deal. The vault key. We've never been into the vault, and right now I wouldn't be able to afford it. Okay, no, I didn't walk right by that. We just didn't enter the room. You dug up nothing. All right. We have dead-ended. Let's buy what books we can. So we will buy Realm and Rune and the 2 new drafting strategies. This one I'm interested in because we have the big, like, runestone that or table thing under the tomb. This just because that's the name of the computer network as well, Blackbridge. This because it's the last book of the family member involved in a big conspiracy. And this one because the 2nd edition is super redacted. There's got to be some special title or similar for having the entire house filled. Onward and onward. It is super redacted. It is the kind of redacted that looks like they spilled ink as opposed to, intentionally set out to change things. Oh, wow, this page is extra treasonous. Just dip it in the ink, you know? This is a huge gambit, but it can pay off. Let's do a hovel run. Any freebies? Little Billy got into the Sharpies again, and now this book is ruined. This gets me gems. We'll take gems first. We will take the gems first. Oh, well, we'll try to. Blue says they're in the white box. That's a tricky one. Okay. So, this says they're in the white box. This says white box is true. Which means it can't be in the white box, so... Okay. If this one is true, then this one is true. Which means this one is false. But if this one is false, it means they're not in the white box. That does not tell us where they are. And that would make this one, oh, jeez. This one's trickier. Okay. So, the puzzle in this is that at least one box is true and at least one box is false. And that leaves one box uncertain. One box contains the gems. Okay, if this is true, then they're in the white box. Which would mean this box is false. Because this would be a false statement. Which means it can't be in the white box. Yeah, there, Lar. Well, thank you, Lar. I appreciate it. Okay, so again, if this is true, that means the gems are in the white box. Which, if that is true, then this statement would have to be if this statement were false, it would be they're in a true box. But if they're in the white box, then that can't be the case. So, I don't think they can be in the white box. If the... So if these are true, that has to be false. Which means it says they're in a... Sorry. If this is true, then this is true. And if this is true, it has to be then the remaining one has to be false to contain the gems. Sorry. If both of these are true, then this is false. And it would contain the gems. So again, if this one is true, they have to be in the white box, which makes one of the others false. If this one is false, it has to be in a true box, but that makes this wrong. So if this is true, then they can't be in the white box, which makes this false. So I think this has to be false. Because if the white box is true, then it's in one that's false, which makes this false. Lar, this is called Blueprints. It is a roguelite puzzle game where essentially the layout of the house is randomized. Every time you open a door, you have to select from 3 rooms. Some of the doors cost you keys or similar. Some of the rooms cost you gems. Some of the rooms you can sell buy stuff, all kinds of things like that. The layout that you generate, the rooms that you visit, all of that is relevant in solving some puzzles or learning things. Okay, so again, if they're in the white box, if this is true, one of these has to be false. If the white box is false, then it has to be in a box that is true. This puzzle is supposed to get harder each time, and this is one of the harder variants so far. And since this is false, because this one was true. Wait. Okay. If it's in the white box here, and if these two are true, then the white box has to be true. Which it can't be. So if this one is true and the black box is false, then the white box has to be false. But then the white box would have to be true to contain the gems. So then we look at the white box and say if the white box is true, then one of these has to be false. The black box could be true, and the white box could be true. Well, thanks for swinging through, Lar. Which would leave this to be false and say the white box doesn't contain them. But if the white box is then true, then this is the false one and contains the gems. If both of these are false, that would make the white box false. Sorry, if the black box is false, the white box is false. Which isn't part of our pattern here. So if the black box is true, if the then it says it has to be in a false one. Sorry, if the black box and the white box are true, but the black box being true assumes that the white box is true, which means the blue box would contain the gems. If the black box is false, then the white box has to be false. Actually, no. If the black box is false, that just means the white box is not true. I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry. It's if the black box is false, then the white box can't be true. So the white box has to be false. Which means it's in a box that is true. And since the white box was false, it can't be in the white box. And that would leave the black box, but that would make you true, which can't be the case. So I think it's this one, but the logic is trickier. Okay. It was the black box is true, which makes the white box true. And because that's those two are true, this one is false. That is the only false box. Sometimes it's saying which one of these pathways definitively results in a box containing the gems. We don't have to take breaker box. Breaker box lets us negate the gem. It lets us fully utilize the garage, which isn't always valuable. And it lets us disable keycard doors if we find the security room. If we find the security room, that creates a category of locked door later in the house that becomes a freebie for us. But we don't necessarily need that. If you find the key card, that becomes irrelevant, but that is one item among many. So I like to take the utility closet on the off chance of that. The dark room will turn off if you encounter it, and you can return to the breaker box after that happens to turn it back on and negate the penalty. Oh no. Those are those same busts. This is one of the this is the Lord again. This is the Baron again. Bedroom dead ends. Nook is going to take us to the left. I want to go forward here. This gives us a little money. This dead ends this path and makes everything contingent on corridor. Alright, if we have to backtrack, this becomes valuable. Entering this room is essentially free. It costs you 1 to enter, you gain 2, and it costs you 1 to leave. There's our pawn. And there's our security room. Okay, we can negate our keycard doors now. Security level becomes high and offline system becomes unlocked. So we're saying there's lots of keycard doors, and if the power of them is out, which it is, then they are unlocked. Commissary doesn't really get me anything right now. Gems don't matter because I'm using the hovel. But the den gets me access to this corner here. Ooh, I've never been in the vault. If we find that vault key again, we can come back here and open the lockbox. Well, now the commissary becomes something we really want. Okay, vault rook. The loot. That was this one that it opens. I wonder if there are others. Like, multiple different keys that you can find in the rooms. This one will loop us back over to where security is, so it doesn't really change things. It would cost us more steps. I have nothing to store. This would give me a key, which I don't have. The observatory could get me a key, but I don't know that it will, you know? There's our commissary, which would let us continue. There's definitely some value in those because we're burning stamina. Sledgehammer in case we get some boxes. Gems are worthless to us right now. That would kill our path here, so we have to take the hallway. Boudoir would be decent. It lets us continue. This also lets us continue. We are more limited on what can result from that, though. Let's take the boudoir. It gives us one of the free red gems as well. Which doesn't matter, as I just mentioned, but I'm picking it up anyway. Courtyard of these is the most flexibility. Well, here's where the value of that key card comes in, that key card removal comes in. Garage dead ends that path. Laboratory can't be powered, but it does give us access to experiments, so. And we might get an item. There can be items in these rooms. Like that one. It was a shovel back there, yes indeed. Nothing. I should have used the computer before I did that. I can't spend gems drafting a room right now. Interesting. This would require us to get the archive, and from then on, becomes useful. But only if we get the mail room. You know what? We'll do it. Creates a semi-sacrificial run. But there's nothing about the archive room that, or the archive result. Did we ever take this one? We're going to try. Okay, not shocking. Not shocking at all, actually. Her ladyship's chamber. Amusingly, if you look at this room has in italics over it, her ladyship's chamber. So this is the queen. So we have a lot of the pieces right now. Key? Okay, monies. We have a lot of the chess pieces. So we have a knight here. We have the queen here. We still have a couple more. We need to find the rook. If we take a nook, we would get the rook. But then we also need the bishop. We definitely have a pawn already. We definitely need to scour this place as well. Ooh. Locked diary. Well, that's disconcerting, really. The markings on this, to me, imply something. That could be a magnifying lens job. See a locket. So if we... So we go to the family tree again. So that is her, Clara Epson. Or one would presume Clara Epson. And that is Simon here. Interesting. I snap a picture of that. Interesting to find some of these folks, because this is the staff. This is the household staff. Clearly more to this room. Like, I mean, there's the locked diary, but where could the key be? I like how you get smashed lock fragments when you do that. Yeah, this is where the adventure game element really feels like it's present. Where you're just looking at everything to see if it's something you can interact with. The thing I enjoy compared to adventure game is that it's not like, oh, I found this object. Wail on every other object I encounter. There's the item. No, it looked like the purse. It's just lighting. It's like every person in these documents could be relevant. Which is why in my other, like, if I get all of my screenshots again, I will have all of this. I think it was like 3 and 9. There could be other markers for this one. But this one, this puzzle... What? Why did upgrade disk pop up again? Into what? Oh. The terminal that was behind me. Alright, what can we upgrade? Oh, the cloister. Okay, what enhancements? Oh. Okay. These are like local angel figures that we're putting into place here. I think Reno was the one that the groundskeeper was requesting that there be like a shrine of or similar. But all of these are about rooms that come off of the cloister. So this is green rooms off of the cloister. But would I be able to guarantee much about that? Because the cloister is like can be like an interior room. It's kind of a can't remember what the word is, but it is like when you have well, it's an open room inside of the house. I can't remember what it ends up being called, but You know, an area what sunlight come through, not roof. But this has one. This is tied to a character's documentation. Like there is a journal that mentions setting this kind of scenario up. This is only useful is if there is a shovel. It is potentially super useful if you have a shovel. But it is you have a shovel and you draft a fireplace. This is you get items if you draft bedrooms. And bedrooms are a stamina boost, but most of the bedrooms are also dead ends, whereas most green rooms let you continue. So we'll go for this one. This has two things going for it. I declare it to be so. Speaking of, bedrooms equal dead ends. This one lets us continue and lets us get more stamina, which we need right now. This is a good thing. And we have just piles of money. Stuffed wild quail. Which requires the dining room. Bacon and eggs. Ooh, morning room. Haven't seen morning room before. And a club sandwich. I did like that when we returned to this room after a while, whatever animal is in this area had eaten. Okay, there's the boiler room. Sadly, it cannot connect to the laboratory. Laboratory conduit comes in, goes to the machinery, and comes out, but a courtyard has no conduit. But the boiler room gives us left and right, so boiler room it is. You pull that lever. Okay, we benefit from archives. There's all our keys. Check is a dead end. We'll return here if we have the stamina for it and stow the shovel. So going to the right doesn't do anything because coat check has no conduit. I don't know if there's any other rooms. That all we had to do? That one powers that side of the door. archive has conduit. I'll have to see how many. Goes up into the machinery. But we currently have it set to... That one goes up into the machinery. Is it not on? Oh. Well, it doesn't go into code check. It would have to go in this direction, but it's not powered. Part's steaming. This part's steaming. That one's not. One goes up and powers the latch there. Going up. Over. That one's going up. These are all on. Clearly missing something here. Because the boiler room is not active. Okay. I guess I just had to push the button again. So archive is all directions. We're just... That's cool. I didn't realize that. We can show which rooms will receive power. None of these will receive power. That one. Oh, okay, we've never taken the locksmith. A special key and... oh, okay. Key grinding sounds. Oh, interesting. And a lockpick kit. Just in case, we're out of keys, so... I kind of like the music that happens when you are, when the boiler's active. Oh! Oh, you're right. It's powered now. Huh. Well, at least we get some benefit out of that. Laundry room is powered. Office gets us the king. We're taking that. Okay, let's try this again. So we know Lord and one of the others is +1. So Queen is 1, Lord is 2, and then we had... so now we've got 5 and 3. No, I'm sorry. We have 5 and 2. So 1, 2, 2, 5, and 1, 2, 5, 2. Okay. 1, 2, 5, 2. Okay. There's still more to be found about this one. But we definitely found some extra busts, and that, implies more. Drawing room gets us to the foundation. Backtrack to the dark room. We have a shovel, and foundation does give you freebies. Sorry, foundation can give you freebies, but I don't know if you're guaranteed digging sites in foundation. I don't know how mailroom works, but if the letters persist between runs, we got a lot of letters. Assuming we don't find the mailroom during this. I choose this one. Ooh. That could be worth it. That goes 8. And that's it for this run. I like the super washing machine. Okay. What's that from, Kathy? We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. Day 25. Now we start our runs with 8 coins. Oh, that's a different guy, though. Hmm. All right. We haven't gotten the classrooms, is the thing. Hey there, Kalara and Raiders. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome. I will see your ferrets and raise you cats. Well, for the Raiders, let's show the cats. Eventually, I will get around to disabling the night vision on those so you can see the colors, but there are currently 4 of them visible. Oh, and thank you for the bits, Brock. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Like I said, 4 of my 6 are visible right now on the... Let's see, you are on... Well, you're on Twitch. So upper right is Sky. He is big and fluffy. And then on the bed, left to right, top to bottom, you have Mason and then Sherbet and then Sammy. So Sky is kind of a dark gray and white, and he's got longer hair. The remainder of them are shorter hair cats. So Mason is second largest. He is a very regular tan and white. Sherbet is sibling in some way. I don't know if they are adjacent litters or the same litter. Sherbet is a very irregular tan and white. Sammy is a tuxedo. Then you can't see Molly and Ember. Ember is on my shoulder right now, taking up my hands. And Molly is on my footrest. Ember is a diluted calico, and I don't know what the term for Molly's coloration is, but she's got kind of a brown and black, kind of stripy brindled pattern with white underbelly. Yeah. But we try to keep the kitties on camera. We're playing Blueprints right now. Ember is very snuggly. How am I liking Blueprints? And thank you for the follow. I'm enjoying Blueprints quite a bit. I like puzzle investigation games. There was a period where I was playing some really in-depth detective games. And one of the jokes I had was, after each stream, I would say how many pages of notes I had written. I started doing that with Blueprints, actually writing in a journal, and then I gave up and started using screenshots and the Steam notes. So we got all of the boilers turned on, or all of the feeds turned on. But this adds classrooms. I like that element. So that is the old schoolhouse. And an interim while a new school was being built was that classes would be held inside the manor. I have to wonder if the manor was still in room drafting mode when they did that, and how many children were lost as a result. Okay, we have new books, so library it is. We have classroom, and I want to see classroom. Oh, okay. These are special drafting rooms. Grade 1. Ooh. Oh, I wonder if we get different grades. Alright, well, we don't want to take closet and dead end us, especially since classroom and bedroom would go to the same direction. We are not doing a hovel run this time. This guarantees us lots of stuff, like a key. We'll go for the certainty. Well, thank you, Kilara. I like how it turned out. It was, in my initial spec and in the subsequent discussions, I had particulars that I wanted, but I feel like the artist really took it to the next level, you know? These are relevant. These flags. All right, Kathy. Thanks for swinging through. So we have Blueprint. I don't know who Benny is. Okay, so the Blue Mountain, the purple hourglass, and the orange kind of arrow here. These are country emblems, and they show up in some tattered things that we've seen, as well as the rune glyphs that are under the tomb. This purple is also heavily featured in her ladyship's rooms, but she also has purple flags. That would imply that she is associated with whatever country this is. Wheels upon wheels. All right, Kilara. I know some folks that like to just listen. Are you returning, Ember? Yeah. I normally take breaks on the hour, but I haven't needed to, and this game just grabs my focus, so. Teacher Apple. Interesting. That is a blank one, but we don't know if we care about the blank one. I have to wonder if we get... Okay, they did different colors for the flags. Another 10 out of 2. Caleb, you must really like red. There is... So, one of the books that the person whose name escapes me published... Let's get that mouse out of the way of that. Was The Prince in Red. And in it, words and things. The person was Marin Marigold. Thank you. They were fixated on the color red. So, Caleb is a potentially relevant name here. One of the worksheets said that red was... I'm sorry, that the colors were only used twice. They really like red. They got 2 out of 12 right. Almost certainly fire hydrant and wagon. Blue as water in blueprint seems relevant. Orange, 1 being taken up by the pumpkin, and yellow, 1 being taken up by the banana, green, 1 being taken up by broccoli. In purple, 1 being taken up by the grapes. So the lizard is a wild card. Yellow, 1 being bananas. So we have orange, yellow, green, and purple for certain have 1 unaccounted for. I feel like that lizard was referenced somewhere else. Okay, so none of the flags are red. That looks like a broccoli. Failing that, it's a tree and or some sort of shrub, but I feel like green is still going to get you that. So this person got all but 3 correct. We know that this is wrong. This is a blueprint. So that's 1 of the 3. Oh, And I don't have Freddy recorded. So there are 2 that are wrong amongst these. And there are no there are no triple colors that are shown. So we have the lizard and the flags are potentially wrong here. We have RJ's. We have RJ's. Okay. So in this one, everything seems correct as far as the non-flag objects, and 2 are wrong. Which again, 1 could be the lizard, but that makes 2 flags correct. Freddy we looked at. Caleb is all red. Then Benny, one of them is incorrect. This one is not blue. Okay. Because the water and the blueprint have to be blue. There's only 2 of each color. The lizard is not red. Okay. He only got 2 right. And we know that hydrant and wagon are red. I mean, okay, in theory, hydrant and wagon could be not red. There are places where the different color hydrants mean different amounts of water pressure. I don't know how ubiquitous that is. Red is the classic color, though. A wagon, a pulled wagon, could be a different color than red. But I don't know if it's the only one, but Radio Flyer is kind of the iconic little red wagon. The little wagon, and Radio Flyer is a little red wagon. Okay, none of them are red. And 2 of these are wrong. So again, the lizard could be purple. Two of these are wrong. What else does this tell us? Okay, we'll record the ones that we know could be inaccurate. So this is RJ. RJ has 2 wrong, and there is green being lizard is highly plausible, but that's not a certainty. Come on now. How to... Oh, neat. Look at us. We can be all organized. Freddy has 3 wrong. And amongst the ones that we know... So Freddy has 2 wrong amongst the ones that we think are variable. No, it's Yellow Mountain. I like to take notes. I've also been told that my notes are generally incoherent to other people when I handwrite them. I don't know how true that is for digital. Freddy, orange arrow, green hourglass, and purple lizard. And Freddy has amongst those, Freddy has 2 incorrect as well. And then we don't need to incorporate Caleb into this. Okay. Benny has 10 of 12, but we know one of the errors. Benny has 1 wrong. Because we know Blueprint and Lake have to be blue. And there's not red or blue. Which means since only one of the other things is wrong, the lizard is not red, then one of the other 2 is correct. Lizard is not red because Caleb didn't fill in red. I'm sorry, the lizard can't be red because 2 of them are known to be red. So we already know that this was one of the things that he got wrong. So one of these 2 flags is correct. Her ladyship's room could reveal more about purple if I looked more closely at some of the stuff there. Caleb putting red on the flags is kind of relevant. With between the Red Prince and the other nations, this is potentially tied to the sort of propaganda conquest kind of thing they had going. Okay, so we have 2 with Yellow Mountain, 2 with Orange Arrow. one with purple arrow. I think we have enough to differentiate them at this point, but I don't know what that will do for us just yet. Wanted to see if we could touch it. Okay. As much as I like taking that, we are down to a very limited number of pathways. Redraw. Okay, this puts a rook in the field. And I doubt we'll get a chess piece since this is a special room. There's our Nook Rook. The super luxury items. Den gives us the most flexibility. I want to maximize rooms right now. Excuse me. I want to try to find other classrooms. Any freebies? No, let's do the puzzle again. A 4 divided by 2 is 2. 24 divided by 4, we 6. Wow! This must be like the parlor one. I guess all the puzzles get more complex. Okay, that's 1 times 1. So we're still at 1. Now we're at 4. Now we're at 8. Divided by 4 should be 2. Oh, nice. Double keys. Go, go, basic math. Much as drafting green rooms is nice, drafting green rooms is expensive. Parlor would get us gems. Corridor gives us the final room in this list. Well, in this corner. And we could take a pair of items. It is a good spot for a dead end. Okay. Reroll die. I'll take it. Take it. Jogging, jogging, jogging. Back to the den. Walk-in closet is amongst her ladyship's things, but again, if we take this, then we're putting all of our hopes on library. Spin the wheel. The wheel has failed me. All right. All right, commissary, help me out. Give me good stuff. This is not great stuff. I mean, metal detector could help us. You know what? We're going to stockpile money. Just in case. Maybe we'll get the luxury room, you know? Library. Ooh, free magnifying lens. All right, new books. Where is that new book? Realm and Rune. I want that. Let's look around. Are there any other freebies? Lisa, come here. There you go. Asim wants scratches. Just making sure they haven't secreted something up here one of these times. Freebies are freebies, you know? Bookstore ends the run. Music room ends the run. So, archives. Parlor lets us continue. There's no certainty about the archived room. This also dead ends. Parlor it is. Let's get some more gems. Because surely we can solve the puzzle again. One of the other two boxes is false. Okay, that doesn't help us narrow it down. So if this is false, it doesn't really tell us. It could be two of the other boxes are false. Actually, no. This one is very likely to be true. Because if it's false, so one of the other two boxes is false, is wrong. So that means two of the other boxes are false. I'm sorry, but if this one is false, then two of the others have to be false, or none of the others. Okay, that's right. It can be none of the others. It's the only one that's false, or both of the others would have to be false. But that would mean that this one can't be false. If this is true, the blue box is true. So if black is true, then blue is true. Then this one is false, which could be true. Like, if that pattern... Wait. If this is true, then this is true, then this is false, and it contains gems, which aligns with what it says. So if this one is true, it's empty, then one of these two is false. If this one is false, then that makes this one true, which can't be true. If this one is false, then this one is false. And again, we don't know what it is. Which kind of means that this one needs to be the true one. a big part of solving that is not just solving for solving to say this is a that you want to solve for a certainty. It's of these, even if you're not 100% certain of the logic, if it points towards one box, then that is what you're looking for. If the logic says it could be either of these, that's not useful to you. This definitely lets us continue. This might let us continue. We have some gems. That still leaves us with 3 gems, which is what the most expensive ones are. Right, Lunar. Since this is the configuration that this configuration points to one box, it is an option. If there's 2 that point to one box, you got to try harder. We are down to 6 stars again, which means we are going to get should be apple again. Oh, no, okay. They can combine. Okay, I didn't know they could combine. That's neat. If you have enough stars, there are a couple of bad ones. Bedroom certainly works for this. Entry hall now has 2 chests, but entry hall is all the way back there, and I don't have a sledgehammer. Laboratory could work. This is very likely to be a green room. A lot of green rooms are triples, but we're not sure of that. Laboratory could be powered still, because this is the side that we would be dealing with. So we're going to put this one in the field, if for no other reason than to start the experiment. If I pick a shop... this can have a lot of them, so let's keep adding. If we can keep adding to our allowance, that gives us a big starting point. Hypothetically, unless there is a cap on allowance, that could make those luxury items obtainable immediately. Which would be neat. Come on, boiler room. You are not boiler room. And you have... This is our only hope here. I should have re-rolled. Still gonna eat my extra delicious apple, though. Too bad. Sometimes it do be like that. We are actually going to take a quick break, folks. I will be right back. And I'm back. I think I got the cameras fixed. Yeah, there we go. Forced color mode. So you can see Ember in all her little fuzzy glory there. We also have Sky and Molly over getting some food. Mason and Sammy still hanging out in the bed. Sherbet would have come through to get food. Sherbet is very food motivated. For the most part, if I fill the bowls back up or even put a little food in the bowls, he trots over to eat some. He is right there. Hard to say. Anyhow, back in we go. Okay, there we are. I feel like in the schoolhouse that if we get multiple of those classrooms, that we can get further into that worksheet. Again, other variables at play. And that's been a non-trivial part of it, is identifying which variables we're working with. Let's see what our exterior room is. Hovel is such a gambit. Because you really want to take bedrooms at that point. And a lot of the bedrooms are dead ends. Just a quick moment here. There we go. Shelter can definitely be good. And as we've seen, root cellar is sort of neutral. Like, can be handy, but not necessarily. Let's go with root cellar. Hello, Molly. Molly has come to sit with me. Tail and almost full corkscrew there. She is a cozy kitty. Molly hangs out all over the place. She doesn't really have the closest thing to a personal spot she has is my footrest. Not a certainty, but still frequently enough, and nobody else goes there. In a similar way, Sherbet has a couple of spots that are largely his, but they are the little house by the window that is up and left from the bed there, as well as in my footrest, which is a little cat hutch thing. But Molly will sit in pretty much everybody else's spot. She is quite disruptive in that regard. Seeing if I can... let's just spend the stamina. One of these times there's going to be a tool in this place that I don't want to miss, you know? Imagine getting the root cellar and it having a shovel in it. Can Can there be a tool over in the apple orchard? Well, now I want to go look. Hello, Molly. Hello. Molly being very snuggly right now. Must move with greater deliberation. I didn't notice this sundial before. The layout of this feels different. I thought the hut was over there last time. And... getting a green room here. I want that to happen. I would also like to see what happens when you get these. I do have a screenshot of this in the other file, but I'll keep it here. So these gas valves don't lead to the smudge pots anymore. The reason I'm interested in that barren soil is that right there. That is one of the stands that the red jewels, presumably the crown jewels, show up on. And that room in particular seems special. So these are the same valves that lead to that there. Okay, I had to be sure. I don't know how many of these end up being just entirely one-off things. And how many of them are things where goodies can show up subsequently. Molly is getting her back stroked. She's not as much about scratches, like you know, working your nails a little bit. Is gently stroke her back kind of thing. Regard. Let's look at that screenshot. We want one up from the corner. So here we want this to be a green room. Nope, nope, we're not going to take the breaker box early. Maximizing spread through the place. Take the nook. This gives us our rook. And yes, I am strangely fond of that rhyme. That is the lab, which, if I take the lab right now, it cannot be powered. The power comes in here. I mean, it could. I think it goes out that door, too. Just seems really unlikely to get that here. So, I'll wait as. That will get us a key. Yeah, 6 one way, half a dozen the other if we go through here. Oh, wait, no. It normally has a key, doesn't it? Oh, no, it's that hallway has a key. This is the West Wing hallway. Chapel lets us pass right through, but that's not worth anything. Take the boudoir. This is one of her ladyship's rooms. Did I stop? Like, there is purple all over her rooms. So Epson, which is her family, have upward spades, the swan, which ties with the password for the network, Swan Song, as well as a lake. I don't see an indication of what their family mark might be. Because it's downward arrows on one flag, a mountain on the other. So this heraldry doesn't do anything for us just now. She has this somewhere else as well. In her room, she has the ballerina too. Interior of the safe has the holly leaf on it. That is one of the red letters that we've had for a bit. Any other markers? Conspicuously missing candle. But, you know, not any more clickable. Okay. Want to continue? Really want to find a shovel because this room does have a dig spot in it. That would definitely dead end the lab. Alright, we'll take the breaker box. Card off. Gymnasium off. Garage on. Yeah, this is the barren soil room. Additionally, why is that boarded up? Well, I mean, the West Wing was supposedly closed out of, like, mourning for Lady Clara here. So perhaps that is why. We're going to continue through the den. Hey there, Salami. Welcome. We're playing Blueprints today. Kitchen for food. Parlor for gems. Free. No free item. Game making's coming along. We've got a bit of a snag, Salami, on rendering the map. I was trying to use built-in Godot tile map layer, and the performance is just not good enough. I've got some things I want to try further because it is very convenient for what it does, but might have to drop it and go back to our shader-based solution. Okay, black box is not empty. If this is true, it's in the black box. A box with a false statement contains the gems. If this is true, then the black box cannot be there. If this is false, then it's either a box with a true statement contains them. It's just, if this is false, the gems are not in a box with a false statement. Which means that one would have to be false as well. Okay. One is true. At least one is true. Two could be true. If blue is true, it's in the black box. If white is false, then black has to be false. If black is false, then it cannot contain the gems, which breaks the whole pattern. If blue is false, it's not in black. So blue is false. One of these two is true. If white is true, then black is true. If black is true and white is true, then blue contains the gems. Okay, if black is true, sorry, if blue is false and white is false, then this is true, and that doesn't help us. Okay. If black is true, so it's in a false statement, and that would make white true, then blue is false. I feel like it has to be in blue. That was the closest to, they all point to that one that I could get. Dead end, dead end. That would put all our hopes right there, so we are instead using a spare room here. Observatory lets us continue. Apple. Look around. Do we have anything free? No, we don't. Gives us security room, which would let us negate keycard doors. I think there's value with that. Sorry, I think that's the greatest value. I left a key on the ground somewhere. Oh, it's in hallway. Bedroom doesn't let us get there cleanly. In fact, using bedroom is useless right now. Same with drawing room. It would be a waste to take it. Oh, free key. Yay. Okay. The lab can be powered if we go this way, because the power would come in from here. And it lets us arm an experiment. There was a mod for Minecraft that interested me, but it also seemed to have it was essentially a sort of building up like mutant parasite apocalypse kind of thing, where it would start with some of the wildlife being infected and it could slowly spread and spread. I thought that one was neat. Never tried it, but it looked neat. If I get a shovel, this could be great. So we're doing it. Because I have root cellar, there are dig spots showing up everywhere. You do frequently dig up a lot of junk. We don't want billiards room. Dark room is kind of questionable here, but archive hurts if we take it. Okay, we take dark room. We let the lights go out. Now we jog all the way back to utility. Oh, not there. So this burns some stamina. But it could be worth it. We just have to take some opportunities to get some stamina back when they appear. So we go in, we flick dark room on now. So again, I want to get a shovel, I want to dig here. Spend the 2 stamina to run in here and grab this. Just a lot of stamina. Since the lights are on, we can look for... Oh, keycard. That makes the changes to the security room irrelevant, but here we are. Bingo. Bingo. And we can send the power that way, and the power... Yes. Power flows into this machine. We'll check our notes. Push 3 up after 9. We did a thing. Nice. Nice. Blackbridge Grotto. What do you mean spotty on the YouTube side? Audio, latency, something? All right. That is the last unlock as far as the map is concerned. I wonder what could be the phrasing. Might be getting model hitches again, but it doesn't seem as frequent as it was. But anywho, I take this, I'm pretty much done for this day's run. So we'll just do archives. Courtyard. Sorry there, Drew. I did drink a bit of beverage there. Commissary. Come on, shovel. Shovel. You do not contain shovels. Bedroom would give me some stamina back, but that would largely just be to leave. I don't have gems for anything else, though. Unless there's inexplicably a shovel in this room. Let's jog our way out and go see our new outside area. A bit of wasted stamina there. I don't know that we can actually make it to that area with this much stamina, but I want to take a look and see. Oh. Okay, sneaker icon flashes up by the stamina bar when it triggers. Oh. This must be the server room. Microchip. Interesting. So this would be the admin terminal. Have any indication of of use there. I don't know what the first name of the network administrator is. $100. Big Endian or Little Endian? Well, it would have to be Little Endian, right? Or it can't be that the low bit is the first one top to bottom. So it would be like A... maybe B. No, I don't know what for, but maybe that will become relevant. That is another weird one for this locale. Can fit in at least one more round. All right, let's get our outer room. Tool shed it is. A second one in here. Where? Oh, there they are. Lockpicks. Okay, that's a good start. Again, corridor here. We're not taking maid's chamber, and no breaker box. We don't need to worry about the lab, but all right, we're gonna take storeroom. I don't want to spend gems just to get to a room that I already have access to. Courtyard. Sometimes we can get a tool laying around like there. Okay, lock boxes are now free. Oh, we get a key and we move straight ahead. Drawing room would give me some flexibility with what results from this. Let's get the... Oh. Okay, we'll take breaker box. Getting the office on the field early would have been nice. We can take gymnasium without penalty. Power's off. And that gives us the 2 more entryways here. Let's assume that we're going to need some stamina. We'll take the parlor here. This will get us gems. This can get us gems. Not be too arrogant. Okay. So there's an implication to this one that I don't know is intentional, but this says the true boxes are empty. That means the false box contains the item. This one has to be false. The false boxes are both true. So that's... If this one is false, and this one is true, then this one would have to be false. Because if this is true, then there are 2 true boxes. Well, if this one is true, then it is empty and there is a second true one. Since this has to be false, this would have to be true. But that means the gems can't be in this box. Yet, this one is false. The false boxes are false. Okay, so again, if this is true, then this is true. I'm sorry. If this is true, the true boxes are empty. But it's both empty, which would imply this is true as well. If this is false, then it is either the true box. This doesn't necessarily tell us as much as it could. You could interpret this to say the true boxes, one of the true boxes, is empty. But I think that the implication is actually that, well, no. It's so if the true boxes are both empty, if this is false, the true boxes are both neither of the true boxes is empty, which would be intrinsically false. So this one is false. Let's say that this one is true. If this one is false, oh, but it can't be. This one is false, and this one is false, and this one is true. Then it would be this one. Okay. That was a let's stop and think one. Chapel doesn't get me any more than Chamber of Mirrors, but Chamber of Mirrors is a weird one. This would let us continue. Chamber of Mirrors, you have to reach the other sides to open pathways. And it also allows duplicates, which I don't know that I want. So we'll take the chapel. And let's jog back to some of these other rooms. That gives me one extra path. This gives me one extra path. It's not a certainty that there's a diggable spot here. Ooh. Kind of want the library, though. So we shall. Good touch. We're the first one to check this out because this is a brand new book. When the scholars of the first era found any hidden things, either of a natural sort. Oh, I think this is the complete one. Yes, this is. The one that we found in the caves was damaged. Scholars of the first era found any hidden things, either of a natural source or resulting from the creations of man. They were accustomed to record these in various signs with the aid of figures. They did this in order that the sigils of their realm might not be understood by strangers. Historically speaking, sigils are not a new tradition. They have been found in every era and every culture and predate both written text and heraldic art. However, today when we use the term sigils, we are referring specifically to realm sigils, those crude circular marks of designation found on royal artifacts, buildings, and older documents. This book was written to make simple the understanding of these fascinating glyphs and to clearly display the correlation between each sigil and the iconography of that realm's royal art. How is the image of a leafless burning tree seen in geometric lines, and what does that tell us of a kingdom's history? Each line, each circle, and each variation tells a story of the land. Even the adorned borders around the sigils have a special meaning. Let's go back and make sure that I am recording each page of this. The sigil. To understand a realm sigil, we must first dismantle the symbol and identify the individual elements that make up the whole. Each sigil is composed of 4 things: the core, the dividing lines or rays, the moats, and the border. So, in our example here, we have our little pentagon in the middle. We have these little aerial antenna looking dealies, are the rays. So 4 of them with the little prongs off the side. Our moats are these little fang kind of things. And then the border is this double ring with squigglies in it. The core. At the center of each sigil is a unique shape, different for each realm. So the hourglass and the downward arrow and the mountain. So we're dealing with, well, just a moment. The center of each sigil is a unique shape, different for each realm. Sky saying Ember needs a bath. If the core gives us a name, then the rest of the sigil tells us the history behind that name. Still, it is important to be able to identify and distinguish the core as the first step in deciphering any sigil, as all the other parts are meaningless if we don't first know the place we are describing. I really wish it wouldn't scroll to the oldest. Is there a way to... I really don't care about that. Just wanted to see there just for... But we have that. So, Arinda Aries, that symbol appears on that elevator. Fen Aries we haven't seen. Iraja is the one that we can see on that worksheet. Kararika, Iraja, and Arch Aries are the symbols on those flags in the schoolhouse worksheets. The rays. Spouting forth from the core will come several dividing lines, splitting the sigil into pieces. From one sigil to another, the rays will often differ in number, style, and form. Studying the differences in these lines will immediately reveal several things about the realm. Transportation, the number of rays. Counting the number of dividing lines in a sigil will reveal to us what method of transportation was prevalent in the realm. Were they a seaside kingdom that relies on ships, or a desert domain that might have employed camels to cross sandy expanses of their lands? Okay. Yeah, so we have naval, roads, horseback, trains, aviation, camels, and turtleback travel. Well, there's a so naval is it just implies boats, nothing specific. Roads and carriages, nothing specific. Same with horseback and trains. Then aviation is dirigibles and balloons. Uh, that is a technological indicator, is them calling out dirigibles and balloons as potentially an ancient indicator of realms. But additionally, turtleback, is that a description of wait a minute, didn't I take those screenshots? Why you do that? But is that like there's a thing called a turtle that is not like the animal, or is that there are giant turtles used for transportation? Identifying the style of ray used in a sigil will show us what weather the kingdom considered native. From some are intuitive, like the jagged lightning shape lines to indicate stormy lands. So a straight line has anything unusual, has nothing unusual. Foggy or misty is horizontal slashes on the sides, wavy for heat, triple lines for rainy, jagged lines for stormy, dotted lines for snowy, and then curved lines for windy. On each sigil, floating between the rays, are small figures called motes. From the shape and style of the motes used on the sigil, we can tell the type of society a given realm proclaimed, if they considered themselves mighty in arms or blessed by artistic and economic fortune. Tribal, architectural, martial, metropolitan, academic, industrial, spiritual, and poetic. I can't remember what the markers in... I think metropolitan, the one in the basement, I think was like carriages and roads, and metropolitan and foggy. Then the border are the flags. So this is where the sigils can tell us about the colors. So we have our red, our violet, our yellow, our orange, and our green. Yeah, a real London vibe there, Tass. So in this case, so Fen Aries, roads and carriages, foggy weather, militaristic with a red banner. So that's our pentagon, which further emphasizes the flags aren't red. There were some other ones in some of my other screenshots that gave us examples. Now, what good does it what good does it do us to tell that, to be able to tell that? I don't know. Okay, currently for 1 gem we could get a gem. But let's use our West Wing hallway here. We have our utility closet. Security would let us disable the doors right now, so let's do it. No, that's not for you, Molly. Hey, no. Molly is persistent. So if she takes it in her head that at that moment she wants to do a thing, and I stop her, give it a few seconds and she'll try again. Earlier today, she was smacking at the numpad on my keyboard. I'd stop her and wait, and she'd go back to smacking at it. Just now, she was pulling on a cable. Hi, change offline mode to unlocked, confirm settings. Back we go, back we go. Laying around? No? Okay. These dead end. I would prefer if they didn't. I don't know that I want to spend 2 gems on one passage. Like to avoid the chapel, but we'll be heading back that way soon enough. Garage dead ends us. Nook lets us continue. Observatory lets us continue. Let's rack up some more stars. Molly, dear. Bunk bed is a dead end. Pantry would let us continue. This will give us our experiment. No, you quit that. She went after that cable again. Being a troublemaker, dear. Molly is a troublemaker. She is. Prior to that, Sky held that seat, but Molly rivals him pretty certainly now. In a lot of the same ways. Okay, well, we're about to go through a door. I don't want to bleed steps in exchange for money. Like, we will very quickly lose steps. This will generate a key for every door we go that we have to unlock, more or less. I feel like this one is pretty valuable. We will get some token. No, quit it. Oh, I'm sorry. That's real expensive right now. That gave us a die. I feel like that was a good choice. Nine minus 7 is 2 times 10 is 20. 11 minus 1 is 10. Times 2 is 20. Divided by 4 is 5. 20 plus 3 is 23. Minus 3 is 20. Times 3 is 60. Divided by 6 is 10. And we get a pair of keys. Pick. Nope. Use a key and exchange. Okay. We don't want to dead end. We don't want the furnace because it dead ends. Boiler room it is. That's back the way we came into billiards. South doesn't necessarily get us anything, so let's go north. Power's still on even if we redirect it after. Guest room it is. Dark room, we can't tell where we're going. That will hurt. But if we don't take one of these two, then we're completely reliant on the chapel. So we're going to take dark room. We wouldn't be if we could jog back to the utility closet, but that's a lot of stamina as well. So for now, we'll just take the foundation. We can just walk through this keycard door. This might get us items. Get some stamina back. We could take a shovel, but there's not a big win to that right now. Metal detector could find us a little bit. Take sleeping mask and metal detector. I'm going to take sleeping mask because any of these bedrooms that we hit on our way around will give us an extra surge of stamina. I wish. This will put the queen on the map. And it counts as a bedroom. Mash. Okay, I mean, could have been worse. Okay. Alright, we're back in here. Purple flag. We're looking for any marker right here. That would imply that the hourglass flag is purple. And there are multiple dirt patches on the reg in that area. This one. Alright, workshop rock. We are currently in 3-3. Yep, that's E. The location of the workshop determines that. Broken lever can be combined with some other things. But I don't know that we want to do that just yet. But I really do. Wow. Power hammer can knock down weaker brick walls. We have encountered a weaker brick wall before. Then the question becomes, can some of these passageways be opened in that way? Can't go through you. We are... Reroll. I wish. I really wish. Aquarium it is. Secret passage would let us jump around. Boudoir. 1, we get a big surge of stamina. Hey there, plutonium. Welcome. We got that extra stamina from having her ladyship's room already. And from the mask, so... I don't want that. That's worthless. Let's just take some money. Yeah. Some of the gardens have brick walls that... They're like bombable walls in a lot of games. It screams you can break it. Right, we have our rook in play now. So we have bishop, we have rook, we have knight. If we can get enough gems to get the office, then we can solve the chess puzzle. mock me. We have a lot of keys. There's a new one. Porterhouse steak. I don't have the showroom active, but we have more stamina than we need right now. I don't want to spend the gem. Like, this would put a gem in the aquarium. Which, you know, great. Which would not, it would kind of neutralize it and let me continue. But I can potentially continue off what's in the Great Hall. We're going to take Wine Cellar and get those gems, those certain gems. Again, with the hope that we can get the office. I wish, but no. This would be neat if I had way more gems, and I get the showroom, the luxury room. So this is our central area. The atrium where we want to go, but it is sealed. Ooh. I haven't been in here. I want to know. Ah, yeah. Okay, all these letters showed up. Only we had a magnifying lens. There's that red flag. Red flag, Pentagon. This is from Fen Aries. Yep. Hey, buddy, how's it going up there in that big house? I think most people would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. That's right, the Pentagon flag did not appear there. Fen Aries definitely featured prominently in the redacted book. We'll have to see. One, we need to rack up a lot of money before we find the bookstore. It's like 50 to get that book. To see the unredacted one. See if we can find out more about why we care about those flags and sigils. I imagine you're happy as a clam, perfectly content on the estate with the exploration and opportunities for adventure that present themselves each day. As I'm writing this, you're currently in the garage packing the tent. I wanted to try to post this letter before we depart tomorrow so that it has a chance to arrive during your first few days on the estate. But with all the preparations, I'm not sure that I'm going to find the time. Just record that. There's so much I want to say, and I'm sure I'll forget to tell you Friday night. Sometimes it's easier for me to just jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me right now to come bring you a pillowcase. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. I can tell you're really excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbert worked on setting this up for you. And I know from our conversations just how much happiness this final project brought him. So do both of us a favor. Be excited. Let's make sure that I'm getting all of these, just in case. The house really is amazing. I know it's been almost 7 years since we were last up there, and I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember from those summer trips. You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance or inspiration I can offer before your trip that will actually be useful to you. Despite my best intentions, I'm sure that on Friday I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliché expressions when we say farewell. Later, alligator, Dad. P.S. Get some sleep each night and don't spend all your time each day playing dirigiblocks. The apparently very popular game in the commissary. Simon, my name is Randolph Moore. I am the lead lab technician at Cinca, and I have worked here at Mount Holly for over a decade. I was thrilled to discover you have found our humble lab and have begun to run some experiments of your own. I tend to keep an eye on the small spikes in radiation levels on the estate, as it's one of the only ways I can monitor your progress from the outside. That is disconcerting. All off-site connections to the terminal network have been disabled during your stay. There has been much speculation among staff about the progress you've been making in the house, and they were all quite excited when I reported that you have been successfully running experiments. I wanted to write to you to let you know that even though you may not see us, we are rooting for you. Best of luck on the experiments. If you like, I'll continue sending letters with some helpful tips. Hey Simon, it's Randolph again. In my last letter I mentioned the terminal network, but it completely slipped my mind to give you the network password so that you can log into it. Even with all off-site connections disabled, you should still be able to use the local network to access different house-based functions from any terminal, regardless of where it is located on the estate, which you will likely find very useful. This is if you hadn't found the password otherwise. 9 up, 3 up. That was the trick to the machine. Simon, not sure if you paid too much attention to the machine in the booth in the lab, but I figured I could save you some frustration if you've been fooling with it. The contraption is the central control for power lines that run externally from the house. In the past, we've served as an emergency power source for the local community, as we have modest hydroelectric capabilities with a steam turbine. If you want to use it, you'll need to first turn on the turbine in the boiler room and utilize our steam ducts to connect the turbine to the lab. This isn't required, of course, and I can't think of any reason in which you'd have to use the boiler to reach room 46, but feel free to play around with it should you feel inclined to experiment. Room 46. Interesting. Simon, in case it's useful to you, here's a rough diagram of the steam duct system. Due to the ever-changing nature of the rooms in the estate, we ended up building the duct system to be quite flexible. If you're looking along the ceiling in many rooms, you will find many of them have been outfitted with steam ducts. As long as you align these rooms together in an uninterrupted string, power can be transferred from room to room, uh, even if the boiler room and its intended destination are on opposite sides of the house. So this is the garage, the pump room, the laundry room, and the lab. Does the garage do something different if it's powered? I'm sorry, if it receives steam power, does it need electricity? Does it need the fuse to be on in that case? Or did I just happen to have steam power running to it and had the fuse switched on? But we know pump room becomes a big thing. Okay, so this is a quick description of how some of this works. There is text here. Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny Ravain to sender, as he is no longer employed on our staff. Is that the guy that that was in the hovel? Second here. That is 2 lines of text. And I can't zoom in close enough with just Steam's viewer. I would need to use something else, and I don't know how much it would distort it. 1 second. Okay, I would definitely need magnifying lens to tell what that is. The lines jumble together a bit. Okay, we have 1 key remaining. I choose this door. Hey, good deal. Walk-in closet in those dead end us. We don't want to dead end, so locker room. Oh, and that spreads extra keys. Interesting. Just gonna be thorough. You know, maybe someone was careless. It would seem that that is not the case, though. And I am not spending keys until I run out of other things to do with them. Oh, this resets us to 0 if we do this. But we kind of have to. Green rooms pulled off of here. What was my experiment? Oh, okay. Well, we got one gem back. Curse you. And that hurts. This is kind of exactly what I didn't want to happen. Because now it's harder for me to find gems. We would need this to mess with water levels. Like, if we were to drain water out of the reservoir. We would need to figure out how much we need to drain it, though. Let's check the cloister. If it's unlocked in that direction, we want to use it. Would have been great to get this one earlier. Would have flooded us with keys. Okay, we've got a chance. We've got a chance. We can potentially get... like, this is not the safe code. Or that might not be the office... That might not be the office safe code. We tried entering it. It isn't, but... we can't spend gems. That would ruin the point. Do coat check. We'll come back and put the powered hammer in there. Okay. Oof. We tried. You mock me. We have all of those recorded elsewhere. So I'm going to have to retrieve all of that stuff. Yeah, we got really far this time. Almost a full circuit. But we don't have the king. King is in the office. Hey. Nice, nice. We made some more progress. We made some more progress. There we go. But that's where we'll be ending for the day. I do enjoy this one. This was our achievement was Clockwork Inn. Let's show it real quick here again. Look at the size of the manor on that one. Lots of progress. We unlocked another permanent thing. We also have the foundation on the map. Eventually, we'll figure out what that how that elevator works. Next stream is probably going to be a coding stream. Tuesday is the target for that. Hopefully we can figure out something as far as the map display that is very efficient without overtaxing graphics. But we'll see. We'll have to see. Well, I hope everybody had a good time watching today. We did have a raid, and I want to thank those folks again. Let me see if I can find it. We had Kilara coming in with a raid and several folks. Also want to thank Brock there, who dropped 100 bits on the channel. I do appreciate it. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. That kind of thing does help the channel grow. And if you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through platform-specific means, the sort of things available on YouTube and Twitch, as well as off-platform means like Patreon, Coffee, Throne, that sort of thing. You can find links to all of that in my bio and in the video descriptions via a link tree. But with all that said, folks, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I will see you next time.